Tonight, you do not need to fix yourself. You do not need to solve anything, force anything, or get this night exactly right. There is a wisdom already living within you, quiet and steady, and it remembers what balance feels like. When effort begins to soften, something deeper can finally come forward. What happens when healing no longer begins with struggle, but with permission? Perhaps you discover that rest itself becomes the doorway. Your body is not your enemy. It is not working against you. It has been carrying signals, memories, rhythms, and quiet intelligence all along. And tonight is not about performance. It is not about trying harder. It is about allowing more, allowing softness, allowing safety, allowing the possibility that restoration can begin the moment you stop demanding it arrive in a certain way. As the mind grows quieter, the body often responds. Muscles can loosen. Attention can soften. The whole system can begin to shift away from strain and a little closer to repair. You do not have to make that happen. You only have to let yourself be here with nothing, to prove nothing, to force nothing to get right. And if you wish to return here with me each night, you may subscribe now and comment, "I am ready to rewire," letting that intention settle more deeply into your inner world. Thoughts may wander, and that is perfectly fine. Nothing is ruined. You are still held in the process. Even now, simply by arriving, simply by listening, you may already be opening the door. Now let your attention come away from the day and settle gently into the space within your chest. Not to search for anything, not to analyze anything, only to rest there for a moment, as though your awareness has found a quiet place to sit. And as your attention rests there, you may begin to notice that the body responds to kindness in ways the mind does not always understand. The body listens to tone. It listens to gentleness. It listens to safety. Let that soft attention spread through the chest, the throat, the belly, the face, the hands. No effort, no pressure. Just noticing, just allowing. If one place in you feels as though it wants more tenderness, let your awareness rest there a little longer. Let your attention go where the body most wants kindness. Imagine the area around your heart wrapped in a warm, steady light. Not bright, not sharp, only soft, like candle glow through silk, like moonlight touching still water. That warmth does not demand anything from you. It simply surrounds you, reminding the body that it does not have to stay guarded every moment of the night. It is safe to soften a little here, safe to loosen a little here, safe to receive. We know that when the system begins to feel safer, experience begins to change. The body does not hold itself the same way. The mind does not press as hard. The inner atmosphere becomes less like a storm, more like a lake growing still after wind has passed. And you are not making calm happen. You are giving calm permission to land. Let the throat be bathed in that same warmth, as though every unspoken strain, every swallowed tension, every silent effort can be met with softness now. Let the jaw know it does not need to brace. Let the tongue rest. Let the muscles around the mouth and eyes feel the message spreading through you. There is nothing to defend in this moment, nothing to perform, nothing to hold together. Bring that same awareness to the hands. Feel how often the hands carry the energy of doing, managing, solving, preparing. And for now, let them be still. Let them be empty of demand. Let them rest in the quiet truth that you are allowed to stop reaching for a moment. You are allowed to stop fixing. The body understands this more quickly than the mind does. When it feels stillness, when it feels warmth, when it feels darkness, quiet, and a gentle rhythm around it, it often begins to let go of what it has been gripping. Now let your attention drift to the belly. No need to change it. No need to judge what you find there. Simply notice and imagine a warm cloth of light laid gently across that space, soothing any hardness, any guarding, any subtle readiness that has remained there without your permission. Let that warmth say what words cannot always say. You do not have to stay tense to stay safe. You do not have to remain vigilant to remain protected. In this moment, your body can begin to learn a softer language. The chest, the throat, the belly, the hands, the face, all receiving the same signal. Not urgency, but ease. Not pressure, but permission. Not command, but comfort. And as this comfort spreads, the body may start to feel more spacious from within, as though some inner room that has been tightly closed is beginning quietly to open. Picture a lake at night, once rippled by wind, now smoothing under the stillness of evening. Picture warm rain falling on stone that no longer needs to resist. Picture a dim room growing softer as the lights lower and the world asks less of you. This is how regulation often begins. Not with force, not with struggle, with less interference, with safer signals, with steady kindness repeated until the body begins to believe it. If thoughts appear, let them pass through like distant sounds beyond a closed window. They do not need to be chased away. They do not need to be solved. You are teaching the system something gentler now. You are showing it that attention itself can soothe, that quiet presence can soften what pressure never could. So remain here a little longer inside this warm and steady field, letting the heart space glow softly, letting the body listen, letting the mind step back from its habit of control. The more you allow this moment to be simple, the more the whole system may begin to settle into that simplicity. Calm does not need to be manufactured. It only needs to be welcomed. Now let your awareness drift down into the body and begin at the feet. Feel the feet resting exactly where they are with nothing more to carry for this moment. Let the soles soften as though they no longer need to hold the whole story of the day, the whole story of survival, the whole story of effort. Imagine a gentle warmth gathering there, loosening every small place that has stayed ready, stayed braced, stayed prepared to move before it was ever truly allowed to rest. Let the feet be supported. Let them be received. Bring that same soft awareness into the ankles and calves. These parts of you have known how to stand, how to steady, how to keep going. And now they do not need to keep proving that strength. Let the muscles unwind a little. Let the hidden readiness begin to dissolve, as if warm water were moving through them, as if the last traces of strain were being rinsed away. Let the calves and ankles know that nothing is being demanded of them now. They may soften without losing safety. They may relax without losing support. Now come to the knees. Let the knees be free of pressure, free of the need to lock hold or brace. Imagine a cool, gentle evening light around them, spacious and calm. The knees do not need to defend you in this moment. They can rest in the feeling of being carried. Areas that have held tension for a long time often begin to let go when they finally feel listened to. and your knees may be hearing that message now. You are supported. You do not have to hold yourself up all alone. Let your awareness rise into the thighs, heavy and warm, releasing layer after layer of effort. The thighs can store so much momentum, so much pushing, so much old determination to keep moving no matter what. But tonight, there is nowhere to rush. Let the front of the thighs soften. Let the backs of the thighs melt downward. Let the muscles loosen as if they are sinking into warm sand, no longer gripping, no longer driving, no longer preparing for the next demand. There is relief in not needing to go anywhere right now. Now bring your attention into the hips. The hips can carry old holding, old protection, old survival tension that remained long after it was needed. So do not force them open. Simply offer them safety. Offer them patience. Imagine a soft golden mist around the hips, warm and quiet, creating space where there has been tightness, kindness where there has been guarding. Let the hips hear this clearly. You do not have to keep holding everything. You do not have to keep storing every unfinished feeling. You may rest now. Let that softness move into the pelvis and lower back. This deep central place in the body often responds slowly, gently in layers. So there is nothing to rush here. Just notice. Just allow. If there is tightness, let it be met. If there is heaviness, let it be held. Imagine the lower back resting against something steady and loving, as though the earth itself were supporting you, asking nothing in return. The pelvis can settle. The lower back can unclench. You are safe enough in this moment to let the body be held instead of always holding. Now move into the abdomen. Let the belly be soft. Let it be free from guarding, even if only a little more than before. This is a place where fear, urgency, self-protection, and control can gather quietly. So meet it with tenderness. No judgment, no correction, just warmth. Imagine a calm hand of light resting over the abdomen, soothing any gripping that has become familiar. Let the belly know it does not have to stay tightened around uncertainty. It does not have to grip around tomorrow. It does not have to hold itself closed to stay safe. The more it feels listened to, the more it may begin to trust. Bring your awareness now to the chest and ribs. Let the rib cage soften around the heart. Let the chest release any emotional armor it has been wearing. Not all at once, only enough for this moment. Imagine the front of the body opening like a quiet window in the night, letting in cool, peaceful air. Let the ribs move from hardness to space, from defense to ease. The chest does not need to protect against everything right now. It can rest in gentleness. It can remember that openness and safety can exist together. Now drift into the hands and arms. Let the hands unclench, even if the clenching was subtle. Let the fingers loosen from the habit of doing, fixing, proving, reaching. The arms, too, can let go of their effort. They do not need to carry the invisible weight of responsibility for this moment. Imagine that everything you have been holding without meaning to is being set down beside you now. The hands can empty. The arms can grow warm and loose and still. You are allowed to stop managing for a while. Bring your attention up into the shoulders. The shoulders often carry what words never release: responsibility, pressure, history, expectation. Let them drop gently, naturally, without force. Let the weight begin to slide off them like a heavy coat being removed at the end of a long day. And then move into the neck, where so much alertness can remain. Let the neck be soft. Let it stop trying to stay ready. Let it trust the stillness around you. You do not need to stay on guard to deserve peace. Now soften the jaw. Let the teeth part slightly if they wish. Let the tongue rest. Let the cheeks smooth. Let the muscles around the mouth release the effort of holding everything in. Move to the eyes and let the eyes rest back into their sockets, no longer scanning, no longer searching, no longer watching for what might come next. Let the forehead smooth. Let the scalp release. Let the whole face become quiet, as though a gentle snowfall were settling over every last trace of strain. Even noticing tension can begin changing the relationship to it, and you are already doing that now. Finally, bring your awareness to the crown of the head. Imagine a soft opening there, not dramatic, only peaceful, as though a quiet light were resting above you and pouring down a sense of restoration through the whole body. From crown to face, from throat to chest, from belly to hips, from legs to feet. The body is being reminded that it does not need to stay armored to stay whole. It can soften in layers. It can rest in stages. It can let go without losing itself. And now feel the whole body together. Not perfect, not forced, just more listened to, more allowed, more at ease than it was a few moments ago. Let that be enough. Let the body rest in the dignity of being cared for, not corrected. Let it settle into the quiet, knowing that nothing here needs to change all at once. The release can be gentle. The relief can be gradual, and still it is real. Now you may begin to set everything down. Not because you have finished solving it all, not because every question has been answered, but because this moment does not ask you to manage everything. You do not need to supervise your healing. You do not need to monitor every sensation, every thought, every shift inside you. For now, you are allowed to rest without watching over the process. Let the role of the fixer soften. Let the role of the protector soften. Let the role of the one who has had to stay alert, stay strong, stay prepared, soften. You have carried these roles for so long that they may have begun to feel like who you are. But they are only positions you learn to hold. And tonight, even if only for a little while, you are allowed to step out of them. Imagine yourself unclasping your hands after holding on for too long. Imagine setting down a heavy coat you did not realize you were still wearing. Imagine loosening a layer of armor at the end of a long and silent battle. You do not need that armor here. You do not need to grip this moment so tightly. The less you chase the shift, the more space the shift has to arrive. If thoughts come, let them come. If they pass, let them pass. Nothing is ruined. Mind wandering is natural here. The mind does not need to disappear for peace to deepen. It only needs a little less grip, a little less urgency, a little less pressure to control what unfolds next. Each time you notice yourself thinking, simply return with gentleness. No correction, no frustration, just a soft return again and again, as though you are guiding yourself by the hand into a quieter room. You may release the need to get this perfect. You may release the fear that you are doing it wrong. You may release the habit of checking whether anything is working yet. Healing often deepens in the moments when it is no longer being forced to perform. We soften, and the whole inner atmosphere changes. We stop pressing so hard against ourselves, and the system no longer has to remain so defended. So let fear loosen a little. Let urgency loosen a little. Let self-judgment loosen a little. Let disappointment loosen. Let exhaustion loosen. Let vigilance loosen. You do not have to throw any of it away. You only have to stop carrying it so tightly. Let it rest beside you for now, like bags set down at the door before entering a quiet home. Picture a doorway opening in front of you. Beyond it is a vast and peaceful space, dim with soft light, calm, without effort, limitless without being empty. Step through it in your awareness. Leave behind the noise, the pressure, the constant inner supervision. Enter the place where nothing is chasing you and nothing is asking you to become more than you are right now. Here it is enough to be, enough to soften, enough to surrender the need to hold every part of your world together by force. Let the window open in the dim room of the mind. Let fresh stillness move through. Let the birds of thought fly out into the night sky without needing to be followed. Let your inner world become wider, quieter, kinder, and if the mind reaches again for control, meet it with compassion. It learned that habit for a reason. Thank it gently and return to this openness. Return to this space where you are safe enough to loosen, safe enough to trust, safe enough to let this be enough for now. Now, the edges of thought can begin to blur. You do not need sharpness here. You do not need to stay mentally bright, precise, or fully organized. This is a softer place now, a quieter threshold, where the thinking mind begins to loosen and the deeper mind becomes easier to reach. You may notice thoughts becoming less linear, less solid, more distant. Images may drift in and out. Fragments may rise and fade. This is not distraction. This is the doorway. This is the gentle crossing where effort recedes and receptivity grows. The mind is not failing. It is opening. We all know this space in some form, the space between waking and sleep, where everything becomes more fluid, more symbolic, more impressionable. And here in this calm in-between suggestion can settle more deeply, not by force, but by softness, not by pressure, but by permission. Imagine yourself walking through a moonlit corridor, quiet and silver, where each step carries you farther from strain and closer to inner stillness. Or picture a light mist drifting over calm water, softening every hard outline, easing every sharp edge. You do not need to hold on to anything here. You can float a little. You can drift a little. You can let the deeper mind receive what the surface mind no longer needs to control. This is safe. This is natural. This is the gentle descent into a more open inner state where new possibilities can be welcomed without resistance, and where change no longer feels like something to fight for, only something to allow. Now your system has softened enough to receive. The body is quieter. The mind is more open. And in this stillness, new patterns can begin to enter gently, more easily than before. What is repeated here in calm and receptivity can begin to feel familiar. And what becomes familiar can begin to feel like you. You are nearing the inner space where images become instructions, where feeling becomes direction, where a new self-concept can be welcomed without strain. There is nothing to force, only this quiet readiness, this soft opening, this calm permission to receive differently than before. So remain here for a moment, peaceful and receptive, letting the stillness hold you as the deeper mind listens. You wake into a room softened by early morning light. It slips gently across the sheets, across the quiet shape of your body, across the space that once held tension before thought. And for a moment, before the mind begins naming anything, you notice something simple and unfamiliar, only because it has been missing for so long. Calm is already here. You do not search for it. You do not try to create it. It is simply there, resting in you, waiting with you, as natural as the pale light moving across the wall. Your body feels different this morning. Not dramatic, not exaggerated, just more willing, more open, more on your side. Your hands are softer as they rest against the fabric. Your knees do not argue with the idea of movement. Your back does not greet the day with the same old resistance. Your chest feels less guarded, less braced, as though somewhere in the night, something remembered that it no longer needs to hold everything alone. Even the muscles of your face seem quieter, released from expressions they no longer need to rehearse. You notice calm before you think about calm, and that changes everything. The sheets feel cool and familiar against your skin. The air in the room is gentle. The weight of your body in the bed feels natural, supported, unforced. You stretch slightly, and the movement comes with less hesitation than before. Of course it does. Of course your body can learn a new pattern. Of course ease can become more familiar than struggle. Of course you are allowed to wake like this. Your feet touch the floor, and even that small moment feels new in the most ordinary way. The temperature of the floor meets you. The body rises with less negotiation, less resistance, less history pulling at every motion. You stand, and there is a quiet steadiness in the way you carry yourself. Not because you are pretending, not because you are pushing, but because something in you is no longer rehearsing struggle as the first truth of the day. You move as someone who is becoming familiar with ease, a few steps forward. Slow, natural, unremarkable, and yet deeply meaningful. Your posture is different, softer but stronger. Your shoulders are not preparing for impact. Your jaw is not tightening against invisible demands. Your chest is open enough to receive the morning. Your face is calm enough to reflect the peace rising within you. The old self used to wake already bracing, already expecting effort, already listening for discomfort, already preparing for the familiar weight of tension. But this version of you does not begin there. This version of you begins here, in this quiet room, in this gentle body, in this simple morning, where peace arrives first. You walk toward the window, and the light meets you fully now. The room is still. The world outside is just beginning, and you can feel it clearly. You are not forcing a transformation. You are recognizing one. This is who you are becoming familiar with. This calm, this softness, this quiet confidence, this body that responds with more cooperation, more space, more trust. Your hand brushes the wall, the door frame, the edge of the table. Small physical proofs. You are here. You are safe here. You are no longer speaking to your life from the identity of constant strain. You are learning the posture, the rhythm, the tone of someone who expects support from within. And the more you notice it, the more natural it becomes. Of course, your body can soften. Of course, your nervous system can learn peace. Of course, your mornings can begin without the old performance of fear. Of course, this new way can feel simple. Of course, this can be real. You look at yourself for a moment, maybe in the mirror, maybe only in reflection, and there is no need for grand emotion, only a quiet recognition. You seem more like yourself, or maybe more accurately, more like the self beneath the tension, beneath the guarding, beneath the long habit of expecting difficulty. There is less fight in your expression, less apology in your posture, less exhaustion in the way you hold your own presence. You are not trying to become someone else. You are letting yourself become undisturbed enough to be who you have always been beneath the strain. And this morning proves it in the smallest ways, in the way you rise, in the way you walk, in the way your body answers movement with more openness, in the way your mind does not rush to claim struggle as identity, in the way peace appears first before analysis, before memory, before the old story can fully speak. This is the shift. Quiet, credible, embodied. This is the morning after. You carry this new feeling with you into the day, and the world seems to respond to what has changed within you. Sunlight touches your skin differently now, not because the sun has changed, but because you are no longer meeting life from behind so much tension. A warm cup rests in your hands, and even that simple warmth feels grounding, steady, real. You stand near a window watching light move across the room, and there is a softness in the way you receive the moment. No rush, no pressure, no need to prove that peace is here. You can feel it in the quiet way you hold yourself. You pass a mirror, and your reflection feels kinder, not perfect, not transformed into fantasy, just gentler, more open, more honest. Your eyes seem less burdened. Your face carries less defense. You look like someone who has stopped arguing with their own becoming. And that changes the atmosphere around you. You walk through your space with grounded ease. Through the kitchen, through the hallway, past familiar walls and familiar objects that somehow feel lighter now. Soft clothing against your skin. The quiet sound of morning in the background. The subtle rhythm of a life that no longer needs to be met with emotional armor. You speak more simply. You move with less force. You carry less invisible weight, and as you move through the day, others can feel it too. They respond to the steadiness in you. Your presence is easier to trust because you are easier with yourself. Your words come with less strain. Your energy feels less scattered. There is room now for warmth, for patience, for small moments of connection that once might have passed unnoticed. Maybe the day opens like a city dawn. Soft light on buildings, air still cool, everything slowly waking. Maybe it is rain on windows, a quiet garden path, a warm kitchen, a pale blue evening settling gently around you. Wherever you are, the environment begins to mirror your inner change. The world looks different because you are seeing it without so much fear pressing against it, and you understand something quietly powerful. What is rehearsed within becomes easier to live without. This calm, you return to this steadiness you imagine and feel again and again, is becoming familiar, not distant, not fragile. Familiar. You are living as the restored self now, softer, clearer, more trustworthy to your own heart, open to small synchronicities, open to unexpected ease, open to the gentle evidence that life can meet you differently when you meet yourself differently first. Let relief become real now, not as an idea, not as a future reward, but as a feeling your body is allowed to recognize in this moment. Let it spread quietly through you, like warmth, returning to a room that has been closed for too long. Let your chest receive it first, a soft gold opening there, gentle and steady. Let your temples cool into a pale blue stillness. Let a silver calm seem to rest along the spine, as though every part of you is being reminded that safety is no longer far away. Let gratitude arrive before proof is complete. Let love become the atmosphere around this new self. You do not need to wait until everything is finished. to begin feeling the truth of reunion. Because this is not only healing, this is remembering. This is the return to the self, beneath the fear, beneath the strain, beneath the long habit of preparing for harm. Feel the tenderness of that, the quiet amazement of that. You are safe enough to soften, safe enough to receive, safe enough to let joy appear in small, honest ways. A lightness in the chest, a warmth behind the eyes, a softness in the face, a deep, almost sacred sense that something inside you is no longer fighting to survive the same old story. And as you feel it, the new identity roots itself more deeply. What is felt deeply is remembered more completely. We become familiar with the states we visit often, and the heart learns quickly when love is present. So let relief deepen. Let gratitude glow gently. Let joy move through you without needing permission. Let love surround this version of you until it feels natural to belong here, as though the whole room is filled with dawn, as though your inner world has opened a window, as though every quiet part of you is whispering, yes, this is the way home. Thank your body now, not because every result is visible yet, but because it has carried you this far. Thank it for protecting you in the only ways it knew. Thank it for tightening when it believed it had to keep you safe. Thank it for enduring long seasons of pressure, confusion, and quiet effort. You do not need perfect outcomes to begin speaking kindly to your own system. Place your awareness gently over the heart of you, and let your gratitude become sincere, unforced, simple. Thank your heart for continuing. Thank your cells for their constant labor. Thank the deeper intelligence within you for listening, adjusting, responding, even when you could not see it clearly. Thank your subconscious for receiving new instruction now, for making room for a gentler pattern, a kinder way. Thank rest itself. Thank the pauses that have held you together. Thank the unseen repair already taking place like gold threads mending fabric in the dark. Thank the quiet strength in you that never fully disappeared. Thank the roots within you that still know how to drink from the rain. Appreciation often softens what pressure cannot. And so you let gratitude become a new relationship with yourself. Not denial, not pretending, just a softer way of meeting your own life. You no longer call the body defective when it has only been loyal. You no longer speak to yourself as though healing must be forced. You choose reverence instead, like moonlight resting on water, like a candle held steadily in a dark room, like something holy in its simplicity. And with each silent thank you, resistance loosens a little more. Your inner world hears the change in tone. Your system recognizes the absence of attack. Something settles. Something opens. Something begins to trust this kindness. You are allowed to thank your body before all the evidence arrives. You are allowed to love what is still becoming. You are allowed to honor the life within you as it learns a gentler way. I am safe to soften. I am guided by inner intelligence. I am becoming familiar with ease. I am no longer rehearsing fear. I am aligned with restoration. I am worthy of deep rest. I am supported from within. I am open to receiving what heals me. I am no longer devoted to struggle. I am available for peace. I am safe in my body. I am safe in stillness. I am safe in softness. I am safe to let go. I am worthy of calm that does not need to be earned. I am worthy of gentleness. I am worthy of support. I am worthy of repair. I am already connected to the peace I seek. I am already learning a new way. I am already held by something deeper than fear. I am already becoming the one who receives. I am already more whole than I was taught to believe. I am restoration in motion. I am the one who trusts inner support. I am the one who allows ease. I am the one who returns to peace again and again. I am no longer practicing resistance as identity. I am no longer building myself out of old pain. I am no longer introducing myself to life through tension. I am here. I am ready. I am open. I am softened. I am steady. I am becoming. I am. And if this identity feels true within you, you may choose to whisper it in the comments and join this quiet circle by subscribing so we continue together. I already am. I already am at peace. I already am supported. I already am becoming familiar with ease. I already am aligned with the life returning to me. I already am. I choose ease more often. I respond with softness instead of alarm. I notice when my body asks for kindness. I move through the day with steadier energy. I release the habit of bracing. I trust small evidence. I let my posture reflect peace. I let my tone carry calm. I let my choices match the life I am creating. I pause before reacting. I soften my shoulders. I unclench what no longer needs to defend me. I speak to myself with patience. I meet small moments with more trust. I stop turning every sensation into a warning. I stop reading every delay as danger. I stop expecting struggle to define the day. I choose to believe the gentle signals. I choose to honor what feels stable. I choose to build from what is working. I live as someone who expects inner support. I move as someone who no longer worships urgency. I rest without guilt. I begin again without shame. I give my body clearer signals. I give my mind kinder direction. I create safety through repetition. I create proof through daily softness. I let peace appear in the way I walk, the way I answer, the way I wait, the way I listen. I let my nervous system learn from consistency. I let simple behaviors become sacred evidence. I trust the slower response. I trust the easier breath of the day. I trust the calm choice, the grounded word, the softer interpretation. I'm showing myself again and again who I am now, and each small act confirms it. Each patient thought confirms it. Each gentle decision confirms it. Each moment I do not brace confirms it. Each time I return to ease, I strengthen ease. Each time I choose kindness, I make this identity more real. I am living the signal now. This identity is being practiced now, not forced. It is becoming familiar through return, through repetition, through the quiet willingness to meet yourself differently each night. You do not need to master it all at once. You only need to keep recognizing what is true, a little more often, a little more gently, a little more completely. Carry one phrase with you now. Let it remain simple. Let it remain steady. I already am. Let those words settle where effort used to live. Let them rest where doubt once repeated itself. Let them become the signal you return to when the mind wanders, when the body forgets, when the old pattern tries to speak again. I already am, and if this practice is serving you, you may return tomorrow night and continue deepening this signal and subscribe so we keep walking this path together, not with pressure, with devotion, with steadiness, with trust in what repetition can make familiar. Because repetition turns possibility into identity. It turns identity into embodiment, and embodiment into a life that feels more natural, more peaceful, more fully yours. So keep the phrase, keep the feeling, keep the chosen self near. I already am. Now the scene can soften. You do not need to hold it so tightly anymore. The picture has done its work. The feeling remains. Let the images fade like mist in early light. Let the outlines blur. Let the details loosen and drift. You are not losing anything. You are keeping the part that matters most. The change was never only in the picture. It was in the feeling you accepted. It was in the quiet inner yes. It was in the calm recognition that something new is already true within you. So let the scene dissolve now gently, naturally, like a lantern no longer needed after dawn. Let it float away like a balloon rising into a wide and open sky. Let it become light, then distance, then silence, and still the feeling stays, like perfume lingering after the flower is gone, like warmth remaining after hands part, like music fading yet leaving its resonance in the room. The image can go. The frequency remains. You do not need to force what has already been impressed. You do not need to repeat it with strain. You do not need to grip it in order to keep it. What is received deeply does not need to be chased. So now rest in the afterglow. Rest in the tone of it. Rest in the quiet, emotional truth that has already touched the deeper mind. Let the pictures soften. Let the effort soften. Let the feeling remain. You are allowed to release the form and keep the essence. Allowed to stop watching. Allowed to stop checking. Allowed to trust that what was planted is still alive, still active, still gently unfolding beneath thought. The scene can dissolve now. The feeling remains. The state remains. And you remain here, quiet, open, changed. When your inner message becomes less divided, you begin to feel more whole. This is what coherence feels like. Your body is no longer pulling in one direction, while your mind pulls in another. Your feeling is no longer arguing with your desire. Your identity is no longer resisting what your heart has already accepted. And in that soft inner agreement, something settles. It is like static clearing from a radio, like water growing still enough to reflect the moon, like temple bells fading into one pure tone. What was once scattered begins to gather. What was once conflicted begins to rest. We become easier for ourselves to believe when thought, feeling, and identity stop contradicting one another. We become calmer inside when the message we live with is simple, steady, and familiar. Not forced, not dramatic, just quietly consistent. So now, you do not need to create more effort. You only remain with the gentle coherence of what you have already welcomed. The signal is cleaner now. The inner tone is steadier now. You are no longer sending confusion into your own being. You are resting in one chosen state, and what is repeated with peace becomes natural. What is felt with consistency becomes familiar. What becomes familiar begins to feel safe, and what feels safe is easier to receive. So let yourself rest as this coherent self. Thought softened, body softened, heart softened. One quiet message moving through all of you. You are available to what you have accepted. You are aligned with what you have welcomed. You are no longer reaching in fragments. You are resting in wholeness. Like constellation lines quietly aligning in a clear night sky, the parts of you are meeting each other now. And in that meeting, there is ease. In that ease, there is trust. In that trust, there is a calm certainty that what belongs to this frequency is already finding its way to you. Stay here in this simple inner harmony. Let the tone become steady. Let the state become home. Night has always invited inward seeing. When the outer world grows quiet, the inner world becomes easier to hear. In darkness, the unseen feels closer. Not because it must be explained, but because it can finally be felt. There is a soft intelligence in the night, a hush that settles over the senses, a gentle dimming of the day's sharp edges. And as everything around you becomes less demanding, your inner vision opens in its own quiet way. You may notice that stillness makes symbols clearer, feelings become more spacious, impressions rise without force. What was hidden beneath noise begins to glow softly from within, not loudly, not urgently, just enough to be noticed. This is the tender window of night, a time when the mind loosens, when the body softens, when imagination becomes more receptive and less defended. A time when insight does not need to shout. It can arrive like moonlight on water, like a whisper in a silent room. And somewhere deep within you, that inward place remains open. A small inner lantern, a subtle point of knowing, a quiet center that does not strain but receives. So you do not need to figure anything out now. You do not need certainty. You only rest in this sacred softness, allowing the night to hold you, allowing the inner world to speak in its own language of feeling image and quiet truth. Let the darkness be gentle. Let the stillness be kind. Let inner vision remain open, soft, and at peace. I am safe. I am held. I am restored. Let those words become softer than thought. Let them fall through you like warm rain in the dark. No effort, no analysis, only the gentle repetition of what your deeper self is ready to accept. I am safe. I am held. I am restored. You do not need to concentrate now. You only need to receive. The mind can loosen its grip. The body can stop explaining itself. The night is not asking anything from you except softness. I am guided. I am supported. I am softening. Feel how simple truth quiets the inner noise. Feel how these words ask nothing complicated of you. They do not demand. They do not persuade. They only settle like blankets placed tenderly over the heart. I am guided. I am supported. I am softening. And as you hear them again, they begin to move beneath meaning. They become rhythm. They become reassurance. They become a quiet place to rest. I am receiving. I am allowing. I am becoming. You do not have to force what is already unfolding. You do not have to manage what is already being received. You only let yourself be carried by the truth that your inner world is turning even now toward peace. I am receiving. I am allowing. I am becoming. My body knows how to rest. My mind knows how to loosen. My inner world is turning toward peace. Let that be enough for this moment. Let that be enough for this night. Nothing extra is needed. Nothing brighter. Nothing stronger. Only this quiet return. My body knows how to rest. My mind knows how to loosen. My inner world is turning toward peace. You are not behind. You are not missing anything. You are not required to stay awake and hold the process together. The deeper mind understands repetition. The body understands safety. The heart understands release. I let the night carry what I no longer need to hold. I let the night carry what I no longer need to hold. I let the night carry what I no longer need to hold. And with each repetition, the meaning becomes gentler, wider, more spacious, less like language, more like surrender. I am safe. I am held. I am guided. I am restored. I am softening. I am receiving. I am allowing. I am becoming. You can let these lines pass through you like distant bells in soft air. You do not have to answer them. You do not have to improve them. Only drift with them. Only rest inside them. I am already becoming what I have accepted. I am already becoming what I have accepted. I am already becoming what I have accepted. There is nothing hurried here, nothing to prove. What has been accepted inwardly begins to live in its own time, in its own wisdom, in its own gentle order. My body knows how to rest. My body knows how to rest. My body knows how to rest. My inner world is turning toward peace. My inner world is turning toward peace. My inner world is turning toward peace. And if the words begin to blur, let them blur. If they begin to fade, let them fade. Their work continues. Even as your mind grows quiet, I am safe, I am held, I am restored. I let the night carry what I no longer need to hold. I am softening, I am receiving, I am safe. You can sleep now. Nothing more is required from you. Nothing further needs to be solved, arranged, or held together by the thinking mind. The night can hold the process now. The body can continue in its quiet wisdom. The deeper self can continue without supervision. So let yourself be carried. Let the bed hold you. Let the darkness wrap around you like soft blue silk. Let the air around you feel warm, still, and kind. There is nowhere to go. Nothing to perform. Nothing to prove. Rest is enough. The mind can step back now. The body can settle now. You can sleep now. Imagine yourself drifting on a calm ocean at night. No waves demanding your attention. No storm. Only the slow rise and fall, the gentle cradle of dark water beneath a sky full of hidden stars. Even the clouds feel peaceful. Even the silence feels protective. And as you drift, everything unnecessary begins to fall away. The tightness you no longer need. The effort you no longer need. The questions you no longer need. Let them drop softly into the great quiet below. Your body knows how to restore itself. Your breath knows how to find its own rhythm. Your heart knows how to soften when it is no longer being hurried. And while you sleep, life continues its gentle organizing. Thoughts settle. Feelings untangle. The nervous system downshifts. The inner world reorders itself in peace. You do not have to watch this happen. You do not have to help it along. You only rest. Let your face soften. Let your jaw soften. Let your shoulders sink. Let your chest be easy. Let your hands be still. Let your legs grow heavy. Let your whole body understand that this moment is safe. Safe to release. Safe to drift. Safe to disappear into rest. If there is anything unfinished, the night can hold it. If there is anything tender, the night can hold it. If there is anything changing within you, the night can hold that too. You are not abandoning the process by sleeping. You are trusting it. You are allowing deeper rhythms to take over. You are allowing restoration to happen in the old natural way, without force, without effort, without noise. So now the darkness becomes warmer. The silence becomes deeper. The body becomes heavier, like a feather slowly descending through still air, like candle embers dimming into a soft red glow, like a temple growing quieter after the last bell has faded. Everything is easing down, and maybe the words are already becoming less important. Maybe they are only sound now. Maybe even sound is fading. That is all right. That is good. You do not need to stay with every sentence. You do not need to follow every thought. Sleep does not require your concentration, only permission. Permission to stop. Permission to sink. Permission to be carried. You can sleep now. Nothing more is needed from you. Rest is enough. This night is enough. Let the breath be slow. Let the body be warm. Let the mind float farther away, farther, softer, heavier, as though you are being lowered gently into a cradle of stillness, as though the whole night were made to support you, as though the dark itself were whispering rest, now rest, now rest, now. And you can rest without earning it. You can rest without finishing everything. You can rest without fear, because the body continues in wisdom, even when the mind steps away. Because healing does not always need witnessing. Because peace often arrives when you stop trying to hold yourself awake. So let the edges blur. Let the thoughts thin out. Let the spaces between words grow wider. Nothing to do. Nowhere to go. Nothing to hold. Only this gentle descent. Only this soft dark. Only this quiet, holy permission to sleep. You are safe. You are warm. You are carried. And now, the night moves around you like deep water, like velvet, like a soft, unbroken hush. The muscles loosen more. The breath becomes smaller, easier. The mind drifts farther from the shore of effort. No more reaching, no more arranging, no more trying. Just rest, just darkness, just softness, just sleep. You can let go now. Let go of the day. Let go of the images. Let go of the need to understand every step. The deeper mind remembers. The body knows. The night is kind. Sleep now. Softly, fully, gently. Sleep now. And if this journey has brought you peace, you may subscribe so we can meet here again tomorrow night and share this calm with someone who needs it. Let that be the last small thing you do awake. And then nothing more. Nothing more to follow. Nothing more to finish. Nothing more to hold. Just drift now. Let the words grow dim. Let the room grow far away. Let the night close softly around you, like warm, quiet velvet. You are safe here. Safe to soften. Safe to disappear into rest. And even now, as you drift lower, the deeper parts of you remain undisturbed quietly, receiving quietly, restoring quietly, turning everything toward peace. The body remembers how to rest. The heart remembers how to unclench. The mind remembers how to fall into stillness when it is no longer asked to carry the world. So let go. Let go a little more, and a little more. Let the breath be small and easy. Let the body be heavy and loose. Let the darkness be gentle. No effort now, no trying, no need. Only rest, only peace, only sleep. And if a final thought passes through, let it pass like a feather through the dark. If a final feeling rises, let it be held by the night. You do not need to answer anything. You do not need to return to anything. The night can keep watch now. You can simply drift deeper, softer now, quieter now, heavier now, until even these words begin to disappear, until the silence becomes sweeter, until rest takes you completely and peacefully and fully into sleep.